Hello, everybody. It's Andy here, aka Montolio, and we are back for a vintage showcase challenge today. Good to be back. It's been quite a few months since I've recorded a video, and I think the reason being is that I have been playing a lot of Lurrus in challenges, and recording videos and playing Lurrus are not really conducive, in my opinion, because the deck is very slow to kill and requires very thin margins as to how you play the deck. You don't want to be spending bandwidth commentating something when you need to make razor thin decisions on the deck. But I do love Lurrus, and this is what we're going to play today against my better judgment. And I happen to like the Esper version of Lurrus right now in the metagame. Certainly over the last couple weeks, the Demure Lurrus is a lot more popular and allegedly has higher win percentages in the mirror against Esper. I'm not sure about that. I really have played both of them quite a bit, and I really think it's just a bit of a coin flip. Not to say that you can't outplay somebody, but I find it's the person who's got the most removal or has the creatures in play, and the opponent doesn't have removal. It's just a little bit lucky, in my opinion. But why don't we talk a little bit about the deck list that we're going to be bringing in today and why we're going to play it. First off, I do think that the Esper Lurrus deck has game against absolutely every deck in the format, and certainly has its strengths and weaknesses, but um, obviously it's a control deck at its crux, and being able to fight something like Jewel, we have a lot of tools for that. Certainly against Bazaar, we have a lot of tools post-board to be able to fight that. Those being two of the more popular decks that we're going to see, and of course, Initiative being the other one, and that is this deck's worst matchup. And not to intone that we can't beat it, but die roll is really important in that matchup, and being able to slow them down to be able to establish our board. And so what I mean by that is maybe force a negating or force a willing a Chromox. Sometimes you just have to do that. It's a gamble if you don't do it. That's how I found I've had the most success about Initiative, is just stymieing them on mana and trying to present a board presence and uh, taking over the game from there. But that said, it is an uphill battle, and it is one that we are looking to avoid today for sure. See decks like Ultra Druids pop up in these tournaments more frequently than you would in just a regular challenge. Difficult matchup for me. I tend to lose that one more than I care to admit, but we certainly have tools to combat it as well. And so let's talk about a couple of the deck or card choices that I've made in this deck that are maybe a little bit outside of the norm. You don't see them that often. Is I have decided to run a misdirection today, and the reason being, I mean, misdirection at its core is pretty good at just sending a counter spell back the other way, or hitting an ancestral recall as it's at its pinnacle. But of course, I'm expecting to run into removal because of the deck that I'm playing, and possibly being able to redirect removal at an opposing creature is really high value, and it's totally possible that can happen. So I'll give you an example. We're playing against Initiative. My opponent throws a Swords to Plowshares or a March at one of my creatures. I can misdirect it back at one of their own creatures. And same thing in the mirror. Send a Swords to Plowshares or Fatal Pushback at something is pretty big game. So we're going to try that out today. It's a little bit gimmicky, but I've always liked misdirection, and I do think it could be good for me today. And I've opted for the two Spell Pierce Flusterstorm split. I really want the extra Flusterstorm over Spell Pierce, but I think because of Jewel and Initiative, it's just better to have the extra Spell Pierce there to be able to counter Chrome Moxes or rings, that sort of thing. No basics in my list today, unfortunately. I can't really fit it, so there is a bit of a cost at that, but that's okay. We're going to do our best without it. And I'm running the extra Lore Revealed. Usually run one of these. I'm going to run two to help fix my mana. Being a three-color deck does come with some requirements, and there's a lot of wastelands in the field, so I'm going to do that. And that's pretty much it, the main. Let's move over to the sideboard, as there's some interesting deck choices here. Now, your first notice, Ley Line of the Void and Lurrus are a non-bow, and that's true. But I think Dredge is so good right now, and Dredge just keeps winning, and people aren't taking it serious enough, in my opinion. And these Lurrus builds certainly can beat Dredge, but I believe they're a significant dog. And for that reason, I am opting to run Leyline of the Void at the expense of having a companion Lurrus. And it's worth it. I feel like I have a really good game against Dredge game 2 and 3, should it come to that. So I main deck Lurrus typically when I do this. I put it in my main, and if you've ever opened up a hand with Black Lotus and Lurrus, it's pretty cool. Because you can just cast the Lurrus right there and replay the Lotus. And just like the old companion days, where you have play a Black Lotus and cast the companion for 3 right out of the companion zone. Weren't those the days? Of course, I've got a couple containment priests in there, 3 containment priests. That also helps in the dredge matchup. It's diversifies my hate a little bit and splashes into the Oath of Druids matchup. And of course, I've got a couple null rods. I was down to 1, but I just think I have to go to 2 because Jewel is just such a big deck in these types of tournaments, and it always, of course, does well. And null rod is one of your best cards. That and Lavinia. And of course, there's a lot of PO decks out there too, so we will sideboard those in accordingly. I've got a couple consigns. Once again, I'd love to have more of them. Just very good against the Doomsday matchup. And Jewel and pushes, just an absolute necessity. It sucks that you have to have so much hate these days, but there's just a lot of creature decks running around, and I would have loved to have put something like a Snuff Out in there, but the problem is Snuff Out is not playable in any type of mirror. It just doesn't hit any of the relevant creatures like Psychic Frog or Orcish Bowmaster, so we have to stay with the pushes. But having the instant ability about against initiative is something that I would love to have it for, but it's just too one-sided, so I just can't fit it. And of course, I've got a Tabernacle in there, just an absolutely must-have card as far as I'm concerned. As you can see, I take the Dredge matchup quite seriously. We don't want to lose to that if we don't have to, and I expect to see it today. Anyways, guys, that's what I've got for you today, and yeah, let's have a great day and see if we can't get ourselves one of the vintage tokens to play in the next qualifier. And as always, I do appreciate you hanging out. Like, comment, subscribe. We're going to see you in round 1. Okay, guys, here we are in round 1. We did not win the die roll, unfortunately, and I think our opponent is most likely a Jewel player. It's possible that they're playing initiative. I don't think this is one that we can keep. I really feel like we need to have some counter magic on the draw. On the play, we would be good because we could just hold up Spell Pierce. But let us see. So if they have a setup turn, they're going to begin with 7. I feel like I can mulligan this. If they're playing Jewel, Swords is bad, but if they're not, I'm going to do this. Look, I don't want to massacre myself not knowing what they're playing, and there's a chance that they just set up here. And they did. So we would have been good with our opener. So that's a really good draw. I could play Black Lotus, Demonic Tutor, and cast a frog, but that sets me up to have to use my Ancestral to pitch to my force, and I almost assuredly am going to have to do that. The other option is I could Demonic Tutor for a Wasteland, but I really do want to get value off of this Demonic Tutor if I'm going to use it, or excuse me, my Black Lotus. I just don't really like casting my frog here because I know what's coming. Like I would love to get Lavinia here. Lavinia would be just such a get Lavinia into play would be just such big game in this circumstance. But okay, I wish I had to put the swords back now and kept the frog because that would have made things a lot easier for me here. So probably my first questionable decision with having not played a card here. Well, let's play a Black Lotus. It's in. I'm just going to Ancestral myself, and I'm playing into negation doing this. I think that's okay, though. I really want to see some more information here. They were F6'd earlier, but they've turned that off. That might change my decision a little bit with this Ancestral. A little bit of a panic play here. It did resolve. I could Time Walk, but that doesn't get me much. Could Demonic Tutor for that Lavinia now, but I lose some value doing that. So we're going to pass turn here. Even if they do force through something, I'm going to have a pretty good turn next turn with all likelihood. Hopefully that's not the case. They can't do that, but I mean, there is a world where I could Time Walk here. I think we can pass turn here. Okay, I'm glad to see that come down. That's a problematic card for me with cards like Lavinia, which is a big part of my plan here. Ancestral. So they're going to go Ancestral into Ring. I mean, I kind of feel like I need to force this. I don't really want them to do that. They do have the ring, so I cannot stop that. I think the best thing for me here is to frog and then time walk. I'm giving up on a blue card to do that. And then, or do I want Lavinia here? Do I just put Lavinia into play? Because Lavinia is pretty strong. I think that's probably the play. The other one is Bullmaster. But you'd be surprised. Lavinia is actually really powerful. I'm not saying it's going to stop what they're doing, but it's going to give me a good head start to stop them. Already lots of decision points for us here already in this game. And we will, of course, fight for Lavinia here. Okay. So what Lavinia does is they can't play any non-creature spells more than the mana they have. Okay, do I force that? That draws them a lot of cards. I feel like I forced that. Time Walk or Psychic Frog? Dump the Psychic Frog here. This is aggressive on my part, but if they're choked on lands, this is where Lavinia really shines. Okay, I don't mind that. Probably I'm going to, well, maybe I find a Brainstorm. Bobble's actually not bad either. Somewhat redundant though. I guess I'm going to pull Lurrus. Where this would be a little bit awkward if I didn't play the Vaccine Bauble is if they had another Madara. Gates to Madara. But I feel like pulling Lurrus is just probably a lot more of an upside. Don't think it really matters, but we'll do that here. Probably should have done that post-combat, but... And next turn, if goes well, we can cast a Lurrus into a Vaccine Bauble off our Lotus from our yard. Love to find a Wasteland. So my opponent between the Ancient Tomb here and the Ring, this is a Metamorph. So they're just going to copy their Ring, which makes sense. So we can't really attack. And I guess we pass turn. These Ancient Tombs are taxing them. Okay, they did find a land. They can PO here. So this will be another ring. So they are buying time. And the Ancient Tomb is live here because the ring trigger will allow them to tap it. So let's see. Once again, we can't attack them. Well, I mean, we could, but a Bowmaster would be very nice here. Cruise is also really good too. Okay. I think we cycle the bauble now. I will replay the bauble. Play a land. I don't know that I need to actually play Psychic Frog here. I can hardcast one and pitch the other if need be and cycle the bauble. So I think I'm fine to just pass here. And my opponent goes down to 1 life. Force of Will be turned off for them. They've already used 2 of their Metamorphs. And that will mean Ancient Tomb doesn't work for them either. So we should be okay here. Could have cycled for, we found a workshop. That's a good one. So I don't really want them to have a key here, guys. I think I will counter this. And we will see from here. Of course, I will have to sacrifice the bauble in order to pitch again. They still have substantial mana here. They've got 4 mana available to them. I obviously cannot stop another ring coming. Well, if it's a metamorph, I can't stop it. If it's an actual ring, of course I can. All right, well, we certainly are not going to let that resolve. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to bring in 2 Null Rods and 2 Consigns. I think that's all we're really interested in here. And I'm going to take out my 2 Mishra's Baubles and a Flusterstorm and a Nihil Spellbomb. The reason I'm taking out the Baubles, and I mean, there's a lot of things that we can do here. Like, Misdirection is not very good either, but it does allow me to fight back in a force. It pitches to Force of Will, so that has value to me. Mishra's Bauble does not work with Null Rods, and Null Rod is plan A, that and Lavinia in this matchup. So I think it's an easy cut. Nihil Spellbomb does not do anything in this match, and Flusterstorm is pretty weak. I think there is some argument to perhaps playing it over Misdirection, but Misdirection does hit things like Sink to Stupor. It does hit things like Ancestral Recall, so I think it gets the win there for me. I'm going to try this out and see how it goes. Let's see how we do, guys. Okay, this one is pretty good. I mean, I might have to pitch my Lavinia, but I think it's just, you know, it's got counter magic in it. I can't complain too much here. Like, I'm not sure what I'm looking for, but hopefully I don't have to use the Force of Negation, and they have a setup turn here. And we can draw another blue card next turn. But let's see. Setup. Okay, so they... hopefully it's not a worm coil. That would be really bad for me. Or a... I did not find a blue card. This is quite obnoxious to have 3 of these. So I'm not thrilled with our setup here, but if it is indeed a jewel that they're casting and not a worm coil or Argentum Masticore, I think that's far better for us. Metamorph. So this is likely a PO. So they're going to try and do this in my turn, and this is going to force their play here now. So we will get a Tundra here. And they will likely do it in response to my Bowmaster. They did not. Okay, maybe they have a Dismember. Okay, they didn't. Blue card, please. They might have a Hull Breacher here. I think that's okay, though. Like, if it's Hull Breacher, I think I walk into it, and we will just use our Bowmaster and hold up Force. Now, what are we going to do? They could have Force of Will here. I would love to get Lavinia in. This is just too suspicious here. This is a PO. So I could negate this. I could also just let them have it and play Bowmaster, and this will deal them 6 damage, and I can still hardcast Negation next turn. Or I can just literally hardcast Negation here. That does work. Yeah, I don't know. You see, the Orcish Bowmasters put my opponent in a tough spot because it's going to deal them 6 damage, and my guy is going to become a 7/7. So that puts them to 9, and my Bowmasters kill them the following turn. They only have 2 cards left in their hand here. And by playing the Bowmaster here, I am setting up to be able to counter something with pitch Lavinia next turn. I'm not thrilled about this, but I think this gives me my best chance to win, guys. Okay, so they have a lot of cards in hand here. Once again, very interesting decision points on my end. I don't think we have the luxury of fighting over anything, but you have to remember that their deck just draws cards mainly. And if they drew into a Wormcoil or something like that, yes, it's not great for me, but it is what it is. We're just going to work with the tools we have here. So they found a Metamorph. Yep. Cannot stop it. So they get one of my Bowmasters. But I can shoot theirs next turn. Well, that's pretty good. We just have to hope this is enough. This is what we tried to set up here. They did find a Force of Will, so we're probably losing this pretty bad, but of note, if I find another land off the top, then they don't do anything else here. A double Bowmaster could kill them here. Okay. It definitely could now. They have chosen not to do anything. I mean, I'm going to attack. They just take it. Okay. Let's see if they met. Oh, they have Vault Key. Yep. Nothing I can do. They got it. Really sad. I just have to hope they tap that ring. Like they have to have pretty low suspicion that I have double meta, all four Bowmasters in my hand, but they really don't need to do anything. Yeah, they don't have to do anything here at all. So multiple keys in the deck. And I am dead here. I shouldn't be milking my own clock here, but it's just so hard to not do it, right? Okay, they got me. Because you know, the likelihood I had double Bowmaster in my hand was so obtusely low. All right, let's take it back in, guys. I mean, I like how we played that. It was close with the Lavinia. Now, I can't complain here. It's a controlling hand, no pressure, but hopefully we can brainstorm into something. My question is, do I want to time walk right away? I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Just try and get ahead here. They're down to 5, which is really helpful. I don't mind Bowmaster here. I do think I'm just going to proactively Bowmaster. This is always one of the interesting things for me is, should you be proactive in casting things like Bowmaster? Or wait? I do think, oh, this does give them a clock, but this also makes their saga not as good. So I'm going to take the advantage of this and try and get them with that. Wasteland. Going to brainstorm here, see what we can find. I did find a wasteland. Unfortunately for me, I found 2 swords to plowshares, which are not great. I guess next turn we'll bring Lurrus back. So we are drawing some air here for a couple turns, and they did have the workshop. Okay. Yep. Now, if they have like a worm coil coming up here, I'll feel a lot better about things. But okay, we got a force here. I feel good about that. So we are in some trouble here, unfortunately. And of note, with my swords to plowshares, I can't even cast swords. Okay, nothing there. That's good news for me. This is a little bit scary casting the Lurrus, but I have to try and win here. Nothing in my yard to use. Metamorph could come down and get their mana crypt, but dismember. Okay, I'm totally happy with that. Spell Pierce was a pretty good draw. And of note, this Ancient Tomb is coming at a cost here. Like, that cost them 6 life to make that play. Masticore here. No ring. Okay. Pretty happy to be able to counter that. They had a force. Okay. Well, I mean, they can't. I mean, they can use it here, but it's pretty risky. They are just on it. They have to. I guess I could have put that on my orc, but that's okay. All right. That was a tough one. I always feel like Jewel is just so narrow how tough these matches can be, but we're going to take that one. Okay, guys, here we are in round 2. Did not win the die roll again. Oh, boy. Okay, this hand has a force of will. Sword's looking pretty poor in this hand right now, because we do not have a white source to cast it, but that could be rectified on the draw with a redraw with Bauble. This is a unknown card, obviously. I think I keep this. course, I like having the walks. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's a redraw for them. I am incentivized, given the status of my hand, to try and get Lurrus into play as fast as possible, but okay, that's a nice one. That stops the bobble. And I will do that. I really want to keep them off any redraws if I can. Master's a good one. Excuse me. So once again, this is one of these scenarios like my opponent plays a blue card, like a blue land, and passes turn, and I flash Orcish Bowmasters, and they can cast the Ancestral on me, right? Of course, this is a very low prevalence with 2 cards that'll be in hand here, but it's these scenarios with the Orcish Bowmaster that I still have really not had a fully formed thought on how to approach it. And I do realize that there's nuances in each situation with casting a Bowmaster, but really, my feeling has been to be proactive in casting them. I still think that my best plan of attack here is to hurt their mana, and next turn we can, because we drew the land, we have a more reassurance that we can bring Lurrus to play or into my hand. Obviously wish that was a white source, but okay, that was a fantastic draw for them because it opens their mana right up. Pretty scary. Well, look, they have 1 card in hand, and yes, I mean, Jewel can blow things right open here, but we got to get going with our business and just hope that they don't have anything. And of course, I do believe their hand to be gas because they haven't been casting spells every turn. Oh, they got nothing. Amazing. Oh boy, that was just a horrendous draw, guys. Karn is absolutely frightening. All right. Daze was actually not terrible. Now, of course, they've got a substantial amount of mana here, but there is a world where I can get them with Daze here. If they go and pull Worm Coil out of their board, I do have a Swords. Yeah, I don't know how I'm liking my position here right now. They get a Metamorph. It's kind of scary here. Not much I can do about it right now. They get a Lurrus, or they could go for Bowmaster. And they cast Karn. Okay. I cannot cast my Bauble here because they have Vexing Bauble in play. All right. They are going to crack it now, though. Okay. Oh, no, they're not. They are going to do it now, which triggers my Bowmaster. All right. So same thing as last time here. We're going to bring in 2 Null Rods and 2 Consigns. We're going to take out the 2 Mishra's Baubles because Null Rod and Mishra Bauble does not work together well, and Null Rod is part of Plan A with Lavinia. And of course, Nihil Spellbomb does not do a whole lot. Yes, it's a redraw, but also quite bad with Null Rod. And Flusterstorm is not great. I think the most questionable is Misdirection, but as I explained last game, I do think that this has a minor upside against Ancestral Recall, Sink to Stupor, that sort of thing. Okay, let's see how we do here, guys. Okay, pretty nice looking hand. From a control perspective. The Swords to Plowshares, I haven't talked about this. The Swords to Plowshares are a necessary evil because they run Worm Coils and Argentum Masticores. Would like to wasteland here, but we'll try and control them if they're on a jewel plan here. Obviously, Ring is not optimal if they can play around my Spell Pierce here, but I guess I'm going to go after their Ancient Tomb here. The Madara is a mana filter. I think it's okay. Want to cripple their mana as much as possible. And yeah, if they're tapping the Grim Monolith, then it's much better for us. So we have a couple options here, guys. We could use Daze here as a free spell. And I do think it's probably worth doing that. We'll get a white source. Like, I feel like when you get an opportunity to use days, you should use it. And we're not under any pressure here. So if they use a force of will here, and they are, and now I guess I just spell pierce. They have another force of will. So I guess this is the game we're playing. Like, I don't really want them having a Karn here. Okay. So next turn I can Treasure Cruise, which is really nice. That was a good draw for me. Don't think I need to filter here. Wish I had. I will this time, though. Oh, do I still need to do that? I've only got 6. Yeah, I need 1 more. Well, geez, I'm glad I played the second fetch there. I was contemplating not doing that. I would have liked the ability to know what I need this turn, but that's fine. We're just going to get a white source, and I will use the black one here. These swords are just so bad. Oh, that was not a great draw for me, unfortunately. A lot of land and swords, just really not what I'm looking for. We have to hope we get some reprieve from my opponent here. Wasteland would be nice. Time Walk I like. Can't do anything with it here right now, but that's okay. Blue, black. And next turn we're going to probably pitch a couple swords and try and get a few attacks in here with the frog. We'll thin here this time. Don't think it really matters. Okay, that's a really good draw for us, actually. It's possible they have swords here, or excuse me, like a dismember, but I'm just not worried about that right now. It does connect. So I'm going to play out the Time Walk first. I really want the ability to ensure I get a second turn here and I can use Spell Pierce here. Okay, and so that works. So what we're going to do here now is we're going to cast another frog. Okay, so this is good news. This is all good news. They do have the Dismember here. So we will pierce that. I could pitch Lurrus, put them to 1. I put Lurrus in my hand, discard the 2. That would be 6, 7. I put them to 1 life. 3 cards in hand. I don't know that I need to do that. Taking them off Ancient Tomb is probably adequate. I did not find a counterspell. Oh no. That's not what I wanted to see. Excuse me. So this looks like, oh, it's a PO for 1. Okay, that I can live with. All right, we got that one. I felt like we had that one pretty well in control there. Pretty clutch counter spell beginning of the game there, and we were able to take over there. 2 very controlling openers. See you next round. Okay, guys, here we are in round 3, and we're playing against Yuta Takahashi, world champion. I know a lover of Vintage, but have not seen them really in the last couple years. I think this is a pretty nice looking hand, especially considering we won the die roll. And I do not see a Lurrus. So that could be making my bauble a lot better here. Now, of note, we don't have blue men as we currently speak. They must be playing bug, like straight up bug. The issue I have with the bauble here is that I'm not going to be able to counter their ancestral. We can just go about our business. They don't have any interaction. It's just really a byproduct of, do we want to do this bauble? Because I can counter it. Because they're probably going to just ancestral main phase, right? I mean, I'm casting the bauble. That goes without saying. Really, it's just a byproduct. Do I want to put that Nihil Spellbomb into play? And, oh, that's funny. I can't even counter the ancestral. All right. Well, we have a Bowmaster. We probably should have just played it, but we're going to go about our business here. It likely means that my opponent is... yeah, I probably should have preemptively cast the Bowmaster here, I think. Because I just know what they have. This shuts off their mocks, so it's not nothing. I'm not going to cast it here. I'm gonna try and catch them. I am giving up some value in doing this, but I will wasteland them. Wouldn't mind finding another wasteland here. Frog's not bad. So we lose a little bit of value there, but I think it's okay. A little bit of a mishap on our part. So we'd love a blue source here. This would be really powerful if we could find one. We didn't. So do I want to cast the relic here? Probably. I could see them spell piercing it, but I think I'm okay with that. Yeah, they want to pierce it. I wondered if they were going to expose their land or not. This was my line of thinking, but that's okay. I'm going to let this go. I mean, not like I can do anything about it, but we are putting some good pressure on our opponent here. I realize that they're going to try and cast a frog here. Spell Pierce is gone. And I probably will... I don't know if I want to force the frog or not. Probably I do. But I know this is keeping my opponent's mocks. Yeah, I was going to say they might not even have another land that can cast the frog here. But I probably do need to fight over this. Oh, Time Walk. Yep. So what my fear is if I counter this, my opponent is going to play a Mox Emerald and cast a Collector Roof, which is pretty bad for me. But I do think it's worth doing. Sapphire. Oh, the Emerald's in the yard. Cruise is not bad. I could cast the Cruise here. But I think casting the Frog is probably just better for me. And if they force a will, I mean, I guess I can live with that. Blue, black. So that is not a surprise. Create food token. Okay. So Fatal Push could be on the table here. So let's say they Fatal Push my Orc. I need to deal 3 damage. And so I think the smart thing to do here is to pull Lurrus to my hand rather than trying to attempt to cast Treasure Cruise and having that get countered and me being stuck with only one card in hand, thus only putting them to one life. And so we would have just pulled Lurrus there and discarded the Lurrus and the Psychic Frog and followed up potentially. Actually, I don't know if I would have done that actually because they have Wasteland. And if somehow they were able to survive this, which they wouldn't be able, Treasure Cruise mightn't be the best option if they got to untap. But okay, we'll take that one. Nice win for us. We're playing against just traditional bug. Um, we don't have a ton for this matchup. I really think it's just two Fatal Push coming in, and Nihil Spellbomb isn't great in this matchup, and neither is Vexing Bauble for that matter. Like, we've got a number of cards that are questionable, like, is having a daze on the draw any good? Well, it's not really, but it's something. They do play low to the ground. Like, Consign is pretty low value. We'll try this. Okay. Playing against Bug. Yeah, I mean, a turn one Collector Roof is bad for me. No Death Ray. Let's see if they got an Ancestral here. They did mulligan too, which is great. I really don't want this Mox to get countered. Deathrite Shaman. But I should play around Daze. And they may go after it. They didn't. So I think Demonic Tutor here does seem like a reasonable thing to do. I feel like I need to be proactive with my turn. Yep. That seems like the play to me. Now, I don't have another blue mana if I get Wastelanded. So that is something to think about. Okay, I like that. Now, we're probably going to get in a fight over this frog here, would be my guess. I think so. I will get rid of the Brainstorm here. Daze, yeah, that's a good one. Do I let this frog resolve? I feel like it's fairly bad for me if I do. Like, it feels bad for me either way, but I'm not thrilled that any of this is going down. But I know they have one land in their hand. I mean, it's a good one. I am going to proactively use this here. It's risky, but I feel like it's a chance I have to take. Do I wasteland them? I feel like I just play a Bowmaster here and try and get board presence going. Because if they wasteland me, I'm in trouble. I'm going to do it. Against my better judgment, I'm going to... Because I know they at least have another land in hand, and I can force here if I have to. Like, if I feel like it's another frog or something that I can't handle, then... And I am moving closer towards Lurrus here as well as another option. Another frog. Dump Lavinia here. It's pretty good. What's the likelihood they get another daze here? Utah just made a comment. Stressful game. Yeah, I could imagine that one being tough for sure. We'll take that though, guys. Okay, guys, here we are in round 4. We've got 2 Lurruses revealed. My head is okay. I wouldn't say this is a hand that's fantastic in the mirror, but we are on the draw. We have the wrong kind of force here, but we still have a swords. I'm going to keep this. All right. They have mulliganed. Like, can I actually counter this Mox? I don't think so. I'm really tempted to. Because a quick frog makes this harder for me. Like, play draw really is a bummer sometimes when you're on the wrong end of it. Like, I guess the question is do I want to cast Lavinia here? And I probably do not. I feel like I need some more value than what I'm currently being offered here. That said, I could resolve the Lavinia and have Flusterstorm up. And pass. See if a Bowmaster's coming down here. Nothing. Okay. Interesting. They don't have anything either. I'd love a blue source here. So this is just really awkward because I can't do these two because of the mana constraints that I'm facing here. I need a blue source. So I'm going to pass turn here. My opponent didn't do anything last turn. If we can find a black source, we're really off to the races. This is where Black Lotus will shine. Okay. Once again, it's very awkward because I don't have a blue source. Okay. But having the Bowmaster as an instant speed play is still pretty strong. We are desperate for a blue source here. So they did find a land. This is very likely to constitute a frog here, would be my guess. But I guess if they had a frog, they could have done it last turn. And they obviously just drew that card the Lauren revealed, so I guess they do have a play. So it is indeed a frog. I don't think I swords here. I think I wait to get some value off of my Lotus. Okay, so we did get there. Okay. So if I make this Lotus blue, that allows me to cast Lavinia, allows me to cast a frog. But of course, the frog itself on the opposing side is somewhat of a problem. If I make this black, what if I go frog, Bowmaster? I might like that better. Now, I'm pretty sure my opponent is sitting on a substantial amount of permission here. And I would like to wasteland them. But I can't actually swords them if I do the Lavinia play. Black, blue. No, it doesn't work doing that. I think I do the Lavinia. I think I do the Lavinia line here. White, blue. Let's see what happens. Like if they start expending a lot of resources in a fight here, and they did, I can Flusterstorm here, or do I just let this go? Like Lavinia is pretty good. Maybe this is not where I pick my fight. I'm going to let that go. I will cast a frog here. And I will try and eat their white source. They could have another force here. I could see it. They do. So they expended a lot of resources there, as I said. So my frog is going to be the stronger of the two here if this resolves. And it should. We can pay for a daze. Now, if we get wastelanded, it's not ideal, but okay. Can't do anything about that currently, but that's okay. So I am in the spot here where I would love to swords my opponent. Can I do that though? Yeah, I mean, I let them, they do plunk me for one if I do that, but I think it's worth it. I think what I do, like I could Bowmaster, but I think I need to actually remove their frog from the game here first. But what if they draw a card on the swing back? Like, is that a big deal? 1, 2, 3, 4 in the yard. 5, 6. Like, they're not going to block me if I fly. Hopefully they do not have a misstep. And I think I am going to fly here. They are going to plunk me. But that's okay for this turn. Okay, so that was a nice draw. So I did not find a land, so I am in a little bit of trouble in that regard. I didn't get one, but I should be in reasonably good control here. Another Bowmaster. So we will fight over that one. No days. That's good. Looking for a land here. Wasteland would suffice, but I prefer a colored source for myself. Okay, Force of Will was a great draw. It's aggressive for me to force there, considering I think they're probably going to get a Wasteland, or an Ancestral. Okay, that was a good draw. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. I could discard a Bowmaster, but that's just not a good idea. I just like drawing here. 1, 2, 3. I know this is suboptimal. Okay, there's not a lot to do in this matchup. I think it's just 2 push, get rid of the negations. Daze is not as effective on the draw, but I still probably think it's better than negation. But where negation could get something like a Lotus, so maybe I can remove the Daze here. Yeah, hard to say. Vexing Bauble also could go on the draw as well. Okay. Mana's a little bit awkward here. We don't have a blue source, but we have some good control and double force. Wasteland. We're on the draw. We get the extra card and the bauble here, so I think I'm going to try it. I could force that. I don't think I'm going to, though. just a Bowmaster as my guess. Well, I do think we're penciled into Wastelanding here. And it's a dress down. Well, I am fine with that. Play a bauble. Let's see what they're getting. And of course, they don't know we don't have a land here, so they've got a force. So we're going to need some help off this draw here. Oh, we did find a blue source. Great. Okay, nothing. So that was pretty good. I mean, I feel like they probably have something here. Do I cast the frog and be proactive? Or do I pull Lurrus? Maybe I just pull Lurrus here. I think that's what I'm going to do. Because I am currently situated to pick a fight over Lurrus. I'm not sure. It's close. I mean, they're either on permission or removal, or both. Wasteland, yeah. They're doing Lurrus as well. And so they could start cycling their bauble here, or their dress down. Okay, they did let it go. So we're going to get some value here with our bauble in the least. I am representing that I have Flusterstorm here. Now they could shuffle away their top card here, and I hope they do, because Swords is not one I want to contest with. But I've already gotten some value from my Lurrus, and if we are fighting over theirs, that's a little bit awkward, right? They deal this damage and kill my Lurrus. That I do not like. Force of Will. They have the Pierce. Yeah. Do I really pick a fight here? What if they have another one? Now, they just may I know they have a Swords on top. That's the interesting thing here. They have not drawn, though. And if they shuffle it away, it's not the worst. Okay. I've decided this is where I'm going to pick my battle here. So they did shuffle the Swords, which is something. Another one. Wow. Okay. Well, they are going to get my Lurrus here. Okay. It's kind of bad news brown for me, but it is what it is. Take their white source. going to cast a frog. It'd suck if they had a daze here, but it is what it is. I'll just tap down my Mox. I'm kind of hoping that I can sandbag this, see if I need it, or to pitch to frog. Force a will. Okay, I cannot stop that. So we're a little bit under it here. I don't think there's a reason not to play the C now. Yep, cannot stop that. So I'm now faced with the question of, do I want, oh, they're just going to use the Lotus here. Okay. They moved to second main. Do I want to play into Daze or Spell Pierce here on their Lurrus? And the answer is probably yes. I do have Spell Pierce covered, so I am going to do it. And we lose if this doesn't work, but I like the idea of opening my turn up for next turn. My mana, excuse me. So that was not a great draw. Hopefully we can draw into something here this turn before my opponent draws something relevant. Flusterstorm is not it. I will counter Nihil Spellbomb. I just am desperate enough here that I feel like I need to keep them from drawing cards and trying to be the one to draw the card here. That is definitely one of them. Probably should have played my land there to try and protect this, but the truth is if they have something like a swords or a push, it's not likely to help. But I guess I'll play it. This is what I needed, was to be able to stick a creature here. And they have the swords. I'm going to make them use their Lotus here. 7. Does this change my clock? It does actually change my clock. Does it? 7? No, it doesn't. I'm going to do it. To make, at least they get rid of their Lotus, which turns on some of my other removal. So we are losing here, but we're not lost yet. Oh no, that's a bad one for me. Yep. Okay. I mean, I can live with that. It's not optimal, but they get the damage in and a redraw. Okay, that's good news for me. Now I have to draw it here. I need to draw something relevant. Like a dig through time would be really, really great here. I would take a swords. I'd take another bowmaster. Okay. It does keep me alive. Unfortunately, it has to be on the orc army. I'd love to kill the bowmaster, but let's just rip a bowmaster of our own here. Okay, we are dead. All right, that was a close game. I do think we want the days back in. And we'll just take out the other negation. Yeah. Not amazing, but not the worst either, I guess. This is how we're going to do it. I don't like the fact I'm playing my land exposed here like this without a fetch, but yep. Frog, okay. Another redraw coming, which is good. Hopefully we can fade a wasteland here. Force of Will is a reasonable draw. We did not fade a wasteland. We didn't land here. Oh, so lucky, guys. That was just so lucky. Like, I don't want to know my opponent to know just how weak I am on lands here. It's really suboptimal. Ancestral, please. Now, I could dig here, but I don't think I'm going to, or cruise. The reason being is they have a mana open here, and I don't want them to spell pierce me. Like, what I want them to do is try and cast a creature here. I'm going to try and kill it, and then I'm going to untap and do that. That's what my plan is. Just being a little bit patient here. There are lines where we could get punished. And notably, they do have a mitt full here. So this is a risk letting this through, but I do have the Fatal Push here and double counterspell. So I feel like it's worth letting this resolve and trying to pick my fight elsewhere. And you know, hopefully this just works. It's a gambit, but and at least negation is not turned on, making this play. They let it go. Now I'm going to treasure cruise. That was a great draw. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I think we'll use the keep the black available. They will fight over this almost assuredly. Negation incoming. Okay, they are going to force. They're going to go again? Nope. Okay. Your go. Finding another land there was nice. Probably get a white source here. Hard to say because the black could be more valuable in general in my deck, but given I have a Lavinia and a swords. Okay. Could have done it end of turn there, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and resolve Lavinia here. Get a white source. And I will proactively swords that. They cannot do anything. And now if they try to remove my things moving forward, misdirection could become a player here. Now they do need to have a creature in play for that, and it's risky. Do I let that in? I don't think so. Question is, what do I do? I really like that time walk, but can I get rid of the misdirection here? Let's see if they fight. I mean, they can't really because of the Lavinia, but we also need to be cognizant of our time here. Okay. So a little sad to get rid of that time walk, and I think in hindsight it was a mistake. Guess I will play this out and play my frog. We do need to start trying to win here. But my misdirection could be good if I find another land or if I find a blue spell. And I am moving towards Lurrus here. Okay, so they had it. 4 cards in hand. Okay. Okay, not bad. Now, what happens here is if they play a creature out and then they try to remove my Lavinia or my Lurrus, the misdirection looks pretty strong. Your go. This is very close. People say Lavinia is not good in the mirror. And I don't know. It's them not being able to counter me back like with their pitch spells is significant. Yes, it's a 2/2 creature, so it's not beating that hard, but being able to be the one to win the stack battle is not insignificant. All right, well, I mean, I probably just wasteland, right? See if they have a... I'm going to take their black here. They're going to use that for their spell bomb. Yep. And I'm going to get my Lurrus in. And hopefully I didn't make the wrong choice. And their dig through times and treasure cruises are turned off. Like, it's not insignificant, guys. Black and white. Here we go. And hopefully they're really truncated on mana here. Oh, they did have the swords. I'm going to fight over it. All right. They're trying to treasure cruise here. Oh, they got another swords? Yep. All right. Now they got Moxen. All right. Well, I'm feeling a little nervous now here. They maybe don't have another land. Let's hope they didn't hit, guys. They did. Okay. Yeah, ooh, that's scary. Yikes. So I think we're going to lose this one here. I mean, they're going to draw 2 cards. They did play a land for this turn. I'm going to put them 5. I think one of the things I made a mistake on was the time walk. I should not have pitched the time walk to my force of will. Now, they've used 3 swords here, so that's not irrelevant. Okay, 4 cards. We need some help right now. That is help. Now, I'm not expecting my Lurrus to be able to hang around here, but we're going to do our damnedest to keep it here. Maybe they got nothing. I don't know. I got swords, yep. All 4 of their swords are gone now. They have another one. Yep. That does work. If I can find, like, I think frog is probably my best draw here. 2 cards here. Okay, they did buy Lurrus. I'd love an Ancestral. That is really lousy for me. I needed some. My apologies. I needed something there. They do know that I have the swords, but they will glean some value here. They can just cast a frog. It's pretty awful for me, but it just is what it is. All right, they got us, guys. Oh, that's so disheartening. I feel like we had an opportunity to win that. Yeah, I have to go back and watch that one. The only thing that really comes to mind is maybe I should not have pitched that time walk, thinking the misdirection was likely to be a player, and all it ended up being was a pitch spell to my Force of Will. Like, I could have allowed myself to perhaps set the misdirection up a little better by letting creatures stick around that I was removing. Yeah, hard to know. See you next round. Okay, guys, round 5. We're playing Crazy Diamonds, and I lost another die roll. I'm starting to get a little bit frustrated with the die roll losses today. They are, I've won 1 and lost the rest. We're going to be playing against Doomsday here. I think this is a reasonable hand. We've got some counter magic. Obviously, Nihil Spell Bomb is not great here, but it is what it is. But this is the difference with, like, between play and draw, right? Like, if I had the turn 1 bauble here, it would be solid. I just hope they don't find a Mox or a Lotus here. That would be really bad for us. Bowmasters is one of my best cards against Doomsday because they have a lot of cantrips. So they did find a Mox, which is not great for us. But I guess the question is, if they Doomsday here, do I fight over it? They chose not to. Black Lotus. Well, I am going to pay 2 life and have a peek here. So they did have a Dark Ritual and an Necropotence. How interesting. So what they're going to try and do is they're going to try and Vampiric end of turn, and they're going to go get a discard spell. Oh, you know what they're going to do? Is they're going to do... well, they can't actually do it unless they have a blue spell, but a Consult kill with Oracle. I do have a Force of Will here. Like, I'm going to be playing Vexing Bauble here for sure, but I might need to crack that Vexing Bauble. I'm going to start with Black Lotus here. Yeah, this is not great for me. This is not great. I'm in a bit of a tough predicament here. I mean, I can crack this Lotus. I could brainstorm, see what I find. I think I like that. Okay, they just let it go. So I certainly don't want a relic. And I don't mind having all the blue cards here. Like, I don't think I'm going to bobble here, because I'm just very likely to win the fight. You know, honestly, I'm just kind of off the bobble plan here. Now, I get to play a land. So what if I cast? I think it all works, right? I could have saved that for the Oracle kill, but I feel like I'm. What am I doing? Oh my god. Oh, that's so frustrating, guys, that I just did that. All right. Well, I guess I'm just going to play a relic here. I could play bobble. Oh, that was a big punt on my end. Like, my hand is really good here, but that was a mistake on my part. All right. Well, they did not vampiric. They found a land. So they're going to Dark Ritual here. Yeah. Okay. Necro. So they've played around. And that leaves them with Vampiric. What do I want to pitch here? Treasure Cruise is starting to look reasonable here. Can I get rid of Frog? Do I counter this one? Or do I counter the Vampiric? The reason I'm letting it go is I believe I'm going to cycle my Spell Bomb here. And probably fight over the consult kill. Where this is bad for me is if my opponent finds an ancestral here and I tap out in order to use the spell bomb. But I think the extra card benefit outweighs the risks here, and it moves me a lot closer to an easy treasure cruise next turn while still holding man up. So I think it's the right thing to do. These tournaments are long days and very easy to make mistakes when you're a little bit fatigued. And that is what happened with my spell bomb Nihil spell bomb and my vexing bauble. They're off my brainstorm. So my opponent did not shuffle. Okay, let's see what they got here. Another ponder. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same thing, right? I probably should have fetched in response in case they found a gush there. Yeah, I'm not playing optimally here, and I've got to be really careful against these types of decks. I mean, against any type of deck, there's a very thin margin of error with our deck, as well as my opponents. They did not shuffle. Okay. So we get an underground sea here. They'll eat their yard, keeping them off of dig through times. Most excellent. Most excellent. Already played my land. I don't think I want to play a Vexing Bauble. Yeah, I think we're just going to, because I have such a dominant amount of cards in my hand compared to my opponent, I don't think it's worth doing that. Now, they should upkeep Vampiric here, and I will proactively just misstep them. I could fight on the stack, but I don't know what they're going to get. Maybe I don't do that. Maybe I just let them have it. Because they go for a console kill, there's no way they're killing me with that amount of cards in their hand. Not going to cycle my Lauren revealed here. Just want a critical mass of blue cards. There's one of my best ones. Yep, here goes the Vampiric. And I am going to just let the Vampiric go. I've thought about it. It's not where I want to pick my fight. So 2 unknown, and they're 2 unknown. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to proactively Bowmaster. Because what's going to happen is if I don't, they're just not going to play the Ancestral and pass turn, and then they're going to play it as I play my Bowmaster. But the reality is that I'm not really letting my opponent resolve that spell. I don't want them to have it. So I am going to be proactive here. And they will do it on my upkeep. Just going to pass turn. So this deals a lot of damage to them if I let it resolve. And how can they win through my counter magic? Like, it's not likely, but like this deals them 6 damage. I just untap and kill them, but they get 3 new cards. Okay. The misstep was so great there. Yeah, I'll let you have a dark ritual. Not going to let... Oh, I could let them Doomsday. This will put them down to 6. And then if they have to draw a card, I just untap and kill them. Look, I don't think I need to do that though, right? Like, can I not just miss? Okay. Against my better judgment, I'm going to let it resolve. Like, it will be hard for them to beat my double force of will here. And if I can draw a blue card, all the better. This is, I feel like this is a risky line, letting them resolve the Doomsday when they have no business resolving it. Like, I can win this fight no matter what. But I feel on the same side of things, like, they don't know that I have the second Bowmaster. And if they do try and go for it here with 2 cards in hand, requires them to draw a card, and I can stop anything they can do. And this cuts their life total in half. Whereas the other way, not letting them have this, I am giving them turns because it's going to take me quite a while to kill them here. So I think that this is a worthwhile gambit to take. There's a pretty high chance that I'm just going to untap and kill my opponent here. But if they don't do anything this turn, of course, I won't actually kill them. But we're going to see what they went and got. Because they can't cast an Ancestral. It doesn't work that way. They just die. Like, they have 1 card in hand that's unknown to me. The other one is an Oracle. Who knows? Maybe it's a force of will. All right, we have our pile. So there's Ancestral. And there's Gush. Interesting. Okay, well, did they get a Black Lotus? It's another thing to think about. No, they did not get a Lotus. No Time Walk either. Interesting. Okay. This does stop Street Race. I don't even feel like I need to do anything here. Yeah. Okay, nice win for us. Okay, so I'm going to bring in the null rods. I'm going to bring in the consigns. I think the Mishra's Baubles certainly can come out here. I think we can cut maybe 1 to 2 swords here. It's hard to know for sure. Um, like Vexing Bauble is not great against them, but if they're on the Murktide build, it's fine. Their most recent list has Erythral Foragers in it, so I don't mind taking a Spell Bomb out, but maybe it's just Vexing Bauble. And I just try and play control. Yeah, let's try this out. The baubles themselves are not great with Null Rod. Let's try this out. Yeah, decent hand. I don't have any pressure, but I have some good control. I don't mind the swords, at least one of them. Obviously, it would not be my preference at this state in the game, but really against Doomsday, what you're looking for is just to being able to control them and start until you get pressure on the table. Well, and while you're having pressure on the table. So let's see what they did. 1 top, 1 bottom. Okay. I wonder. Like, it's risky. It's really risky me just slamming this Null Rod. Like, I'd love to time walk here. But can I actually do that? I don't feel like it. I feel like we can just be patient here. I'll cycle one of my Lorn Revealeds, end of turn, and hold up Flusterstorm. They're probably going to breathe a sigh of relief knowing that I don't have a Bowmaster to flash in. I'll get a white source here. Okay, well, I think the first things first. Why don't we take a look and see what we're dealing with? Pay the 2 life. Demonic Tutor. Well, I can stop this and then they will Flusterstorm. It doesn't put us in the best of spots if we have to use our Fluster here because we don't really have anything else going on. But it gets a lot better if we find a Bowmaster or, of course, another Force of Will, and we do get a rebuy with our Time Walk, potentially. They may not fight over this. Like, they're probably just going for a Doomsday, right? Or a Dark Ritual. I feel like this is a scary enough card. That I'm willing to take a chance stopping it. I do think I should probably cycle my Lorne Revealed here and just keep thinning my deck. I am giving away a blue card potentially, but I mean, I'm not thrilled about this spot here. I think it's questionable as to whether I should have done that or not, but it is what it is. Let's see what we can find here. Wasteland's not bad, believe it or not. I have one unknown card in hand. I think I'm going to Time Walk. I don't think I'm going to play Null Rod right here. I'm looking for a cheap counter to stop the gush. It's not bad. I'll take the Underground Sea. I do think they will attempt to gush here. They did not. Okay, so they could gush next turn as well. They've got a Fatal Push, which could stop my Lurrus, but I don't actually have anything going in my yard here. So I think I just pass turn here. That might be a mistake on my end. The problem I'm faced with here is my opponent is being given a lot of time. And I'm fighting over questionable spells. I mean, Demonic Tutor is not a questionable spell, but I mean, there is an argument for letting it resolve. Yeah. Maybe they'll do a Forager here. That would be sweet. I would let that, well, not that I could stop it resolving, but. Taking my chance right here, guys. Making my move. Now, my opponent can gush here. I can't stop them during their turn for mana value, but I'm hoping that my gambit paid off. It's not easy for them to win with Null Rod in play. Okay, we are going to need some help here. think I maybe should have let that Demonic Tutor resolve and saved my Flusterstorm. Although Flusterstorm is starting to look less and less impressive here, as my opponent has accumulated 4 mana, which is not something you typically see out of Doomsday. Okay, they're doing something. Is this their Forager? This looks like a Forager. Okay, so 3 up. They have Fatal Push and Gush that I am aware of. I think I swords it now. I can pay for Flusterstorm. Now they do have Fatal Push. Left the battlefield, so I don't really want to play Lurrus this turn. Although I really do want to get some action going here. But I think given I just did that, I think we wait. Wasn't sure if the exiled mattered or not. I could see them gushing for value here. They can hardcast Gush. Look at that. You don't see that every day out of Doomsday, I'll tell you that. Oh, Doomsday. I know there are 2 cards. I'm just going to hardcast and hope it works. I mean, I probably lose if they can counter this, but they will gush in response, I expect. But for my longevity, I just felt like I needed to keep the Force of Will in my hand for their next play if I get it untap and find a blue card. Yeah, so they have done that. Okay. It's a bit scary. I mean, this is 3 looks and 2 extra cards on top of that, so there's 5 cards that have been seen. So there's a chance they get me here. The Brainstorm was a nice draw. They didn't get it. Okay, well, that's good for me. Well, that Fatal Push is just really cramping my style. Is there anything in my yard I can use here? I mean, they just gushed, so I don't think there's a reason to waste them. So I think I'm going to cast Lurrus here and just hope that they can't do anything versus me. I've got to try and pressure them, guys. Nine minutes. I better pick up my pace of play here. What do I want to do? Look, I'm going to have to do something about this no matter what. This is just what I'm going to do. I'm going to do it, and if they counter it, so be it. But I feel like I need to start applying pressure, and this Fatal Push is going to cause me problems no matter what I do. It's very easy for them to remove with the push, and I can just live with that. We'll just move on with our game plan and try and win that way. That's what they chose to do. Should have played that first. Here we go. Fatal Push is gone. Because the Null Rod is in play, it makes wastelanding more feasible, even though I know that they've got a dearth of lands. Doomsday does not have a critical mass of lands either, so it's not the worst. They know I have a forest now. Play around days, play that out. Yep. Street Wraith. Yeah, I guess I'll race that. They're going to do another one. Doomsday. No. Okay, they are through. Let's see what that one card in their hand is. Hopefully it's not a way to win the game. I really do want to get my Bowmaster in play here. I am cognizant of my time here. I'm trying to get up on the clock here a little bit. I was about a minute behind, and now, despite I am losing this game, I'm trying to set myself up for a game 3 where I am not under as much pressure as my opponent. And we still have game here. Like, we're not dead. This is going to put them to 7 life. Like, if we can find a relevant spell, like a Consign to Memory, or I guess we used our Flusterstorm. Negation, something like that. Like, those are all pretty good here. Does he attack? He should. Nope. Interesting. Okay. Need some help here. That is not it. Very likely dead right here, but it is enough for them to kill me here, though. They don't realize I don't have something in my hand here, but yeah. Yep. Just take a screenshot of that, guys. All right. I'm really not convinced on the null rods in this match, but I guess if they Doomsday, it really does make it complex for my opponent. Let's try this out. Okay. This is not super ideal, but we're going to play with it for sure. Yeah, that works. I'll just play a land out here. We don't need to thin right away. I really like that draw there. I'm going to play with the Wasteland and pass turn here. So that I tried to bait them on the basic here, which they will do. And we will hit that next turn. So Ancestral Recall. So I am going to actually, well, it's probably better just to misstep here. This is aggressive, I know. But they could be stuck on land here. Wow, they are desperate. I'm going to let that go. I normally would pause there, but I think given the clock constraints here that we're battling over, I really want to put my opponent in a spot where they're the ones under the gun here. Okay, so my opponent was able to protect their land here. Okay, frog was a good draw. Do I want to play a frog? Probably not. They might have to force this here. Because their mana, they are digging for mana without a doubt. Okay, they let it go. And they could just go for an ancestral here and a turn. No, they did that already. One oracle gone. Okay. They found another land. Okay. Okay. Well, this is a bit of a tough spot for me here. They're going to go for it, and I feel like I need to counter it. Doomsday. Yeah, I'm going to fight over it. That was a good draw. Horrific draw for me. Okay. Okay, this allows me to get Lurrus. Okay, Treasure Cruise? That would be bad. Dark Ritual. Yep. And hopefully this works. It did. Phew. Wasteland. Oh, that was a good draw, guys. I will play around days. That means they can't cast Doomsday. It's a good draw. What? Come on. Wasteland? I mean, it just is what it is. We've got to get going here. Next turn we can cast Lavinia again. I don't have anything I can cast, right? No. It's dead card. Yep. Did find a land, okay. Oh no. Hopefully it's just a preordain. Oh, it is a push, damn. Oh, it's a gush. Okay, that I can live with. They're desperately looking for a push here. Okay, phew. Sorry about the lack of commentary here, guys. It's pretty close. Okay. I do think I can probably cast the frog here. It's a bit risky, but because I have Lavinia in play, I am protected from shenanigans. Like my spell pierce should be king here. They got the land. I guess they had that from the gush. 5 cards, but they're still underneath my Lavinia here. And Null Rod makes it very difficult for them to win, even if they are able to remove the Lavinia. Okay, down to 1. I played took the gamble on the Psychic Frog because if they were able to remove 1, I wanted to be able to kill them from 5. Okay, phew, we got there. That was a really close one. And it was a well-played match on both sides. I think game 2 is a really good example of the Lurrus Doomsday matchup where you're trying to play pure control but unable to pressure your opponent in a meaningful way. And we just couldn't put any pressure on their life total. And as a result of that, my opponent just eventually drew out of it and killed us. Whereas this game, we were able to get some leverage on the table and counter them just enough to be able to win. We'll take that. See you next round. Okay, guys, we are in round 6, and you guessed it, we did not win the die roll. We're playing against Unlucky Monkey. An Unlucky Monkey is like a PO player, a Lurrus PO player. And our hand is obviously got some control in it, which is what we're looking for here. But of course, we don't have a blue mana, so hopefully between our two draws, we're able to find one off the Cataxian Probe. And yeah, I mean, I don't think this is where we pick our fight is on the fast mana. Their deck is just loaded with it. Tanker, eh? Right away. Thundertrap Trainer. Is this where we want to force? Non-creature, non-land card from among them, and put that card into your hand. It's just a 1/2. It's aggressive, but I think I'm going to do it. If they don't have a land, this is great. Had a Saga. Well, we do have an answer to Saga. Just in case they play a Vexing Bauble, I've decided to be proactive, and maybe this will make them a little bit honest about me playing a Bowmaster in. Yeah, Lurrus to hand. Okay. And they can play Lurrus next turn. Perfect timing. So I am not going to play around anything. I'm just going to be very proactive here and try and PO. And if they found a force with their Lauren, I mean, that's good for them. But so obviously this didn't quite pan out, but we did find it some reasonable answers to Lurrus. And of note, right now, there is no value for Lurrus in the graveyard. They will likely Lauren revealed here is my guess, but they are very close to casting it. And they may cast it before they decide to cast Lurrus. Okay, so they are going to do that. Oh, it is straight up Lurrus. Okay. So I know they have a Scalding Tarn and a Lauren revealed. What is the likelihood they found a Force of Will? It's probably not great. So I think I'm going to take the opportunity to try and get rid of Lurrus here. The Thunder Trap is maybe good. Flame of Venor. And it's an instant. Okay. Destroy artifact. Well, my mana is quite constrained here. They do have a red. I'm going to play out the bauble for sure, and I'm going to bauble them. And what do I want to take? They're hard to know which one I want to wasteland here. I think I'm going to take their black source. Okay, that'll help me next turn. Cast a dig through time. Okay. So they've got the flame here. I realize they have the Flame of Venor. And they're probably going to draw off it, but it's 2, right? So they can cast it while the trainer is in play and get both of the things. So it's pretty good. Oh, nice. Okay. They just drew cards. Okay. They're just doing a really big PO here. Thunderclap Trainer. They get to do it twice. It's not drawing cards, right? Well, I think that is going to prompt me to dig through time here on the chance that I can counter this. Does require a force of will, but I think it's worth it. They did have a force, okay. So the Thunderclap resolves, and I guess we'll see what they get. PO, that's a scary one. Okay. Hopefully they do not find a force of will here. Top, okay. Believe it or not, that was decent. This Mana Crypt flip, I hope they lose. They won it. My Flusterstorm should be good here. Just barely, but it should be. Demonic Tutor. Do I let them have that? Probably. I could have gotten both, I guess, had I thought about that a little bit more, because they would have gone in response. They're going to go get Flusterstorm here, is my guess. But we have our own Flusterstorm, and there are 2 card draw spells in hand. Well, they'll do it on my turn, and that's just the risk. I am giving up some value doing it this way. Flame of Annur. That's what they went to get, eh? And draw 2 cards. Well, I am gonna Bowmaster here. And I will kill both their creatures. I guess I could deal it straight to their face instead of worrying about the Thunder Traps. Maybe that's the correct thing to do because they have a Mana Crypt in play. Yeah. I mean, I know they have a PO in hand, so I can just do this here. It's not ideal, but and it's a lot of card draw. But they can't draw at all, and if they lose this flip, it's really big for me. That gives me a good chance of winning here, but I'm pretty vulnerable right now. But ooh, that was a nice one. Can't get in. They can do a partial draw here off their PO. They can't do both unless they have removal. 4th Aerlingus. Okay, that's pretty good. Mm-hmm. I could just take it. Yeah, that was a good rip, that one. They won 2 flips in a row of note. Wonder what happens if you have the Monarch. Does that trigger? So they're keeping 1 back. This is 10. I will block 1. It's pretty bad for me. It does trigger it. Okay, well, I'm not sure how I survive here next turn with all these things, but it's going to be hard. Okay, that does help, believe it or not. Black and blue. It's just another blocker. Like if I can somehow stay alive here, it's going to be hard for me to stay alive though without using all my blockers. Like I need them to lose the flip, and I think I win. Maybe. The question I have is, do I flash it in now? Put them to 6. I mean, I think I just have to go for the surprise element here, guys. And just gamble. Like, hopefully they lose the flip. They did lose it. See if they come with everything here. They do. So we are going to flash in. And hopefully it's enough. They did have the force. Okay, well, that puts me in a bad spot. Can I survive? 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 4, 6. I survive at 1, and they're on a mana crypt flip, but they have a PO in hand. Is there any way I can do this in 2? What if I do this? 2, 4, 6. It's the only way I can do it. Yep. And they just bring back the mana crypt back to their hand off a PO and kill me. But maybe they pitch the PO. 2, 4. Oh, I miscounted anyways. Okay. Oops. All right. Well, we certainly want these in. We want these. Okay. Nihil Spellbomb can definitely go. I think Swords is okay in the match, but it's not great. Like, they've got a couple creatures that we're looking to manhandle, but not a ton of them. Like, those trap trainers are just pure value. They're not things we're looking to kill, per se. Lavinia seems fantastic. Bauble seems good. Daze is definitely good on the play. I like all my counter magic. I think I'm going to cut a Bauble. because we have null rods. Okay, let's see if we can get this to a game 3 here. Yeah. It's a bit loose not having colored mana here, but getting a null rod down seems pretty good, and we should be able to control doing that with our counter magic. Maybe not, though. We'll see. But null rod is very powerful. I'm a little nervous about an upkeep PO. That would be devastating. Question is, do we fight over this because we have another one next turn while being able to hold up Spell Pierce with this gone? I don't think we do fight over it. It's a little bit risky. But the null rod's very strong in this position. Okay. Not thrilled to let that resolve, but Lauren revealed. Yep. Okay, it looks like we're going to resolve here. Here you go. They do run prismatic endings in their deck. Who's the flip? Good. Thunder Trap Trainer. Yes, I cannot stop that. What did they hit there? Prismatic Ending. That's not good for me. Now I can attack their white source, though. That was a great draw. I could also just, I mean, I could take both their lands here. They do Tundra that they played. I mean, maybe I do just wasteland them here. Yeah, I think I'm going to. I'd love it if they ancestraled me. Force of will. Okay, I can live with that. They are underneath their own mana crypt here, so I am definitely winning this race. They do have an ending in hand. Okay, they are able to play it. I will, of course, counter. Yep, that's fine. Bobble. Oh dear, I don't like that. Yeah, I'm going to have to unfortunately counter that. Without the parachute of them being able to sack it, I do have to do it. I think I want a black source here. This is not optimal, but this is opening the door for them to prismatic ending, so they're probably happy with this exchange. I think I just cast a second null rod here. Yep. Well, I will have to fight over a second prismatic ending because I can't let the null rod open up. Their mana will be really powerful if they do. This is fine. Just take it, and I will flash in my guy here. They did have the portable hole. I will fight over that. And hopefully we can resolve this. And draw a blue card is what we're looking for now. We did not, but that is swords. Okay. I mean, that's not optimal, but it's not the end all be all. Like, I really was looking for the Bowmaster to pressure more than anything, but hopefully this mana crypt will finish them off. Force of Wills are off for them now, and they won the flip. Okay, we got that one. Nice win. Null Rod looking very strong there. I think we're ready here, guys. Okay, that's a really decent looking hand on my end. Fantastic. Okay. Let's just hope they have a pretty reasonable turn. Do I want them to see this? This is aggressive on my end. I don't really want them to see what I have going on here. Okay, I thought that was going to be an ancestor. I was going to be, geez. Let's see if they want to counter this. Throwing it out there. I could leave that prismatic ending there, but I feel like taxing their mana might be worth it here. I feel like if they had a saga, they would have done it. And I can't really play Bauble here, can I? Like, does that lose me the game in any capacity? I really have not liked Bauble today. I think I'm going to play it. Because they're a PO deck, like, I just feel like it shuts down so much of what they do. Ancestral, geez, that's a nice one. Guess I'll get black because I have the frog. And okay, fantastic. I mean, the cards aren't amazing, but I'm pretty happy to have the extra cards off the. Okay, I'm going to cast a frog here. They could have removal. Frog is a really nice draw. Not going to pump here. This allows me to hard cast, negate, and sack my Bauble if need be. Do I want to bring Lurrus back to my hand? Maybe. Okay, I'll do that. It's a little bit risky on my part, but looks like it worked out. Like that. I know they have Pyroblast in their deck too. Like, I'm just not super incentivized to do anything here. Do I play Lurrus? It's a bit of a risk doing it, but my opponent is floundering over there, so at spots like these, I just don't really know if I should be discarding. Like, I'm so far ahead here. Snapcaster Mage. Great draw, just great. Okay, here we go. All right, we got there, guys. This is 3, 6, so we just need to discard 4. Discard 1, 2, 3. That's 6, 9. May as well draw my card. All right. Whew. Nice. All right, we're still fighting for top 8 here at 5 and 1. Let's keep her going. That was a great match. Okay, guys, here we are in round 7. We've won a die roll, and we're playing against Mono White Initiative, which, as you all know, is a pretty tough matchup, but certainly winnable, and we want to be on the play, and this is magnificent. Unfortunately, I can't do it all. I mean, we're certainly keeping. It's a bit of a waste of my Lotus. But I do believe Lavinia is the correct play here. Okay, well, it just is what it is. Like a Caracas blows me out here, but there's not much I can do about that. I mean, I'm pretty happy to have the opportunity to do this. Of course, I don't know if we're actually playing White Initiative, but they have Force of Will. It is not. Okay, well, I don't feel as good about my line there, knowing that. Oh, what did they pitch? It's Jewel. Oh, okay. Still very powerful play from me then. PO. Okay. Well, very grateful to have some pressure here between my three creatures because they are building up here. Flusterstorm was not, unfortunately, a good draw, but Madara, ooh, that's a good one. They can actually flash out my, they can just crush me right here. Madara is really good. Hopefully I find a Force of Will. Oh, I did. Okay. Like, they are low on life here. That is another thing as well. But the Madara there is really the only way they could get out of this. An excellent draw. We could lose from here. Yep. Okay. Can't stop it. Jewel. Even if the Jewel does resolve, I obviously am not happy about it. But if it does, it's not the end all be all for me. Okay. Okay, this is what I think I'm going to do. I'm going to take out the three baubles here, or the two baubles, Mishra's Baubles and a Nihil Spell Bomb, as well as Daze. Um, I don't know how I feel about Daze versus Fluster. I mean, Fluster is traditionally pretty bad against Jewel, but then again, so is Daze on the draw. So I think I'm going to try the Fluster. I don't know. It's close. Okay. Um, Obviously, I don't have any interaction here. Can I keep this? I think I'm going to. We'll hope it's a setup turn. It's right into a ring. Ooh, Karn. That's far worse. That gets my Lotus. Okay, well, let's hope we can find a Force of Will off the top or a Force and Occasion. I would settle for a Wasteland. Lodestone Golem is pretty brutal. Okay. We're still playing Magic. Consign was a nice draw. defense grid. Ooh, that's pretty brutal. Wow. Jeez. And they can cast Lodi? Unfortunately, I have to counter this. I just don't really have a choice. I'm going to have to fight with the lodestone. And presuming it resolves, but it's not over for us yet. Okay, the land was a good draw. Unfortunately, I can't get in the way. I can't kill that card like I was hoping to. Mm-hmm. I need them to take a break here and not do it, cast anything. Cannot stop it. Okay, this one has gotten away. Double lodestone will be too much for me to overcome. I mean, I guess I let them do it. And next turn, they just they get the Mycosynth. A swords is something, so I go to 10. I will scoop there. Okay, so I mean, we kept a little bit of a suspect hand, and we were punished. My opponent had a really nice start. Bring this in over the fluster, I think, this time. All right, guys. Let's see if we can be playing for a top 8 here next round. Okay. This hand, unfortunately, is just not good enough. We have to mulligan that one. Oh, amazing. Oh, I'm so happy. We're definitely keeping. What do we want to put back? Now, I have awkward mana without the Lotus. Once again. Could I put Treasure Cruise away? Probably. I think let's take a peek and see what we're dealing with. Hopefully they don't have Force of Will, because Lavinia is definitely one of our best cards, if not our best card. Yeah. Now, look, our hand is vulnerable. There's no doubt about it. But similar to the first game, like shutting off all of their plays is pretty good. They can play the Mana Vault here. And then play their own Metamorph. They can do that. And they are doing that. They have their own Lavinia. We need some help. That is not the help we're looking for, but hopefully we can find a black source here. Beautiful. Okay, that is what we're looking for, guys. I guess turning my Force of Will on doesn't actually do anything because they have a Lavinia. That was pretty nice. Yep. Frog is really great here. Now we just have to hope they don't find anything that can metamorph my frog. And they did too. Unbelievable. Jeez. Well, that might have been a mistake on my part. Let's see what they do. I do have 4 swords in my deck. Okay, these forces are not great. Okay, cannot get in really. That was a mistake on my part. I hope that does not come back to bite me. I really need this Mana Vault to start doing some chip damage here. We need help. Swords, please. Misdirection, that's no good. So yeah, it's not a big deal. If I can get my Lurrus into play, I can start attacking these things in, right? But until that time, I mean, I guess there's a world here, right, where I just go for it. Hold on a sec. They block 2, right? They block this, and then they block, I don't know, I guess my Lavinia, and then they take 1, 2, 3, 4. That puts them to 1. Right? They block this, and then they block this, but then my Force of Wills are on. Right? They block this. They are left with their frog, though. And they block this. And they take 2, 3, 4. They go to 1. But they do have a PO in hand. I guess I hold for a turn here. And see what happens. Hopefully they don't find a land here. I can win next turn. They're flying in. Interesting. Oh, they're just discarding. Okay, I think I can win here. Oh, Ancestral was a nice draw. I'll go looking for a swords. One, two, three, four, five, 6. They have 7 cards in hand, but they can only block 2. So they block, I'm not screwing this up, right? They block the 2 biggest power. So Lavinia, they certainly want off the table. And they're going to block Frog, and then they take 4, and they untap and go to 1. We have it. Yeah. We'll take that. Okay, guys, we're going to have an opportunity to play for our top 8 here. We are 6-1, and with a win, we are for sure in. And it's not likely with a loss. I guess we'll see what our breakers are like. We're kind of on the lower rung of the 5-1s going into this round, but a couple rounds of good breakers could be enough to push us in. A couple X2s are going to get in, but we will take that. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe only one X2 will get in. We'll have to see. Okay, guys, here we are in round 8, and we are playing a win and in. And we've won the die roll, which is fantastic. And we are playing against Doomsday. Oh, is it going to go there? Just give it a sec just to make sure. Seemed good. Okay. So against Doomsday. This hand is not good enough against Doomsday. I mean, it's a fast Lurrus, but this one I like a lot better. So we've got one of our best cards in Bowmaster. I think we're going to put away the swords. We get black, right? Get an underground sea. And having the mist up here is really nice. They're just in. Getting a Bowmaster in is really big if I can resolve it. Okay. So hopefully they don't have a broken turn. Yep. I think this is fine. I really do want to increase my clock here, and I'm going to draw another card, 2 cards next turn. They did shuffle. Okay, that's good news for me. I mean, in fairness, they have a mitt full. I'd love a wasteland here. Daze is strong here too. Just 2 really good cards in hand. Okay. I don't. Do I pull Lurrus to hand now? I don't think so. I feel like I have a pretty solid clock going. Like playing Lurrus is one of the ways I lose. I realize there's a Lotus in my yard, but I don't know. It's aggressive, but I'm going to dump the swords here. Okay, another great draw. They're probably going to use their filter land here, the Undercity Sewers. I think I'm going to try something a little bit different this time. I'm going to remove all my baubles and my spell bomb here. On the draw, I don't like Vexing Bauble quite as much. And these decks, these Doomsday decks, are all sideboarding into 3 Murktides. And it's very important that I have the ability to remove these Murktides. And Swords to Plowshares is not a dead card against Oracle. Even if it resolves, they could have 1 card in their library and it stops them. So we're going to try it like this with the full set of swords. So I just went to the washroom there and I came back with about 7 seconds on my clock and realized that I really do want the Nihil Spellbomb in this matchup because of the um, Murktides. So I switched out really quickly one of the swords, for better or for worse. This is a decent looking hand. Lavinia and Bowmaster in hand, very strong. We're going to keep it. Hopefully this is a bottom. Like I'm hoping this is weakness. And they bottom looking for a land and miss. That's what we're hoping for, guys. One top, one bottom. So likely found a land here. Okay. Now we would love a force of will for days. So I am going to wasteland them. I'm hoping that there is weakness there, and this is going to take them off days if they're playing it. I'm going to lead with the Black Lotus and see if they counter this. They didn't. They're just totally F6'd. Okay, so I can't really play around anything. I guess what I could do is sacrifice this for blue. What if I sacrifice it for black? If I sacrifice my Lotus for black, I cycle Lauren Revealed. That does work. I have to be really careful because I'm quite fatigued after playing 8 rounds. We got lots of time here. So I sacrifice this for black. And I go and I get a Tundra. Oh, I wastelanded them. Oh, I did screw it up, guys. I have no blue. Oh, as I say, I am tired, guys. It's really disappointing, but get rid of that. And then I'm just going to proactively play this Bowmaster right now. Yeah, that was sloppy. This could have been a wonderful turn because Lavinia is a very good card in this matchup. It's okay. We made a boo boo, and we're just going to continue on playing here. Okay. Lavinia is a very powerful card if it resolves, and it does. Do they have a fatal push? Yep. They got me. How does this work with Oh, nothing. Wow. Can we find a blue card, please? I can play around Fluster. I think I need to be proactive here. Negation gets me, but I can live with that because I have a Bowmaster as a follow-up play. Okay. Would have loved a Wasteland there, but I'm not going to complain. This is a strong position. Yep, I'm going to attack in. I'm going to apply pressure here. I realize I'm putting myself in range of Flusterstorm and stuff, but it will not be easy for them to win through double Bowmaster. And if they force this, I will not fight over it. I'm going to let it resolve against my better judgment. Them cutting their life down to 6 here and me having triple Bowmaster with force is really strong, and they really are going to be hard pressed to draw out of this and win. Like if I get that other Bowmaster into play, they cannot draw any cards other than the card for their turn. Now, I could lose here if they have the ability to go for it, but they've still got to get through my force and my 2 Bowmasters, which is not easy. So I hope I've made the right decision here. They cannot use Ancestral. They could Gush. I don't envy the Doomsday's player's position right now this late in the day. Navigating Doomsday is just such a difficult deck. Yeah, interesting decision point. I'll have to go back and watch this one. Should I have let the Doomsday go? I feel like my opponent has a force or a fluster. What would be interesting is if they pass turn here in upkeep, in my upkeep, trying to play around negation. Fatal pushed me. I could misdirect it back at their creature and then kill them. And I could pay for Flusterstorm. So unfortunately for us, they did have the draw, but they have 1 card in hand. Unknown. So we obviously cannot let the Gush resolve. So we just have to fight on the stack. This is what we got. Do they have interaction. They did have the fluster, so they are going to win this game. Very well done. Okay. I cannot pay. Hopefully they screwed their pile up here. That is 3 cards in hand. I guess if they have a fetch land here. Oh, they have a, I screwed up. They have an Oracle in play. Oh no. I could have killed the Oracle. I was kind of in trouble regardless, but did they stack their pile right? That does do it. Close. So they had a couple Murktides in there. Okay. So I kind of threw that one. It goes without saying. Hopefully we don't get punished in game 3 here, but that was definitely a tough loss for sure. All right. I think we're set up here, guys. Let's see if we can get this next one. Yep. I mean, tiny bit awkward, but Bowmasters are good and so are No Rod. Let's see what's up here. Okay, their hand's not very good. They do have that damn fatal push, though. And then they have Time Lock. Yeah, I mean, this is a hand that could lose. No Rod will be a player. Okay. I'm going to flash Bowmaster. Do it in their upkeep here. They'll kill it. I feel like the Frog is pretty good here. Like, getting card advantage is pretty strong. Finding my way into some interaction. That is not really what I'm looking for. So they're probably just going to time walk here, but I think I can live with that. Now, if they go for a basic here, that is good for me. I think they only have a basic island if they're trying to play around my wasteland here. So yes, they can push me, but the wasteland is a nice interaction here because it forces them to go and get a basic. And of course, I know they have an underground sea, which I will be able to wasteland the following turn. They don't know I have any counter magic. I don't have counter magic in my hand. Do I do it now? I want to do it before they draw another card. I don't want to give them a crack at a force of will here. They're going to try and time walk on me. Yeah, the decision making here is just so very difficult in every line that you take. For both players here, for sure. So I know 6 of the 8 cards in my opponent's hand here. And I think they're contemplating whether they want to time walk here. They're going to take Gush away from them. Yes. And they can definitely Fatal Push here, or they can choose to time walk. I feel like they're penciled into time walking if they're really struggling on land, but okay, they've gone for Demonic Tutor, which likely means they're going to go Lotus. Yeah, this is really precarious on my end here. Okay. Treasure Cruise was a horrendous draw. I do believe that I have to play Null Rod here and hope it resolves. It does. Because I don't know what they would have went to get, but I feel like it was likely Black Lotus to try and go off on me. Pretty disappointed to have drawn Treasure Cruise there. Just like, you know, almost anything, right? Like a land, obviously a force, daze, Spell Pierce, Flusterstorm. But this is a difficult spot for my opponent. They are getting low on life here. I don't know if they actually have another land in hand here. If they did go get Black Lotus, like my inclination tells me, it could have put them in a really difficult spot because they were going to try and go off. Okay, that's good news for me. If I can find a force here or a wasteland, it'd be really nice. Okay, consign is not bad. Okay, well, we're getting close here. Here's the time walk. And I guess they're going to fatal push here. And they can treasure cruise, unfortunately, but that would kill them. For those of you who are wondering what that noise is, if you can hear it, is me rolling poker chips. That is scary. That is not what I wanted to see. Okay, well, they can definitely win from here. They get an untapped turn. They go to 3. I guess it's a matter of can they get through my consign. So they are looking for a time walk turn here. Yeah, I'm probably dead, but maybe not. I was really hoping they did not have the ritual there. Obviously, the no rod plays into shutting off the Lotus line, but they did have the ritual on a time walk turn. So really well navigated from my opponent. Like, I don't know who this player is, but they're showing themselves to be highly adept at this deck. I think we ran a little bit cold here this game. Like, dig through time into Treasure Cruise is not really what we're looking for. All right. Yep. Here we go, guys. But see, the interesting thing is they gush here. They go to 1, but this turns Force of Will off. And so that may give me a crack at beating the Oracle trigger with the consign. I mean, cross your fingers for me. They probably have a fluster, but we're going to do our best. If we had another mana, they did have the fluster. So GG's. We did lose. So close. Very well played by my opponents there. Yep. So fell a little bit short of top 8, guys, but it was a really good tournament. Yeah, so 1-6-2 will make it, as I said earlier in the tournament, and it's not likely to be us. It's most likely to be Sprouts. But what a heartbreaker! I mean, I think I threw that in game 2 when I wastelanded and thought that I could play a land still, and had I done that sequence correctly, I think I win that game. Really, really heart-wrenching because this is one you want a top 8. You don't want to be throwing your games, but I admittedly was quite tired and made a couple mistakes there. But we gave it a good go, and I have to say, my opponent, I'm not sure who they are. I've never seen that name before, but um, seemed to be making some very tight lines there through difficult situations. So let's deliberate on the deck here. I'm just waiting. I mean, I don't think there's any chance I'll get it a top 8, but the tiebreakers would have to be insane. Every one of my opponents would have to win or something, and other people's would have to lose. But you never know. So we'll wait and see what happens. But the deck, I really like how it ran. I mean, there's nothing overly innovative here. Never ran into Dredge once today, which is really ironic because my ley lines never came out of my sideboard once. And misdirection, I think it was okay in a couple spots, but it did underperform. I didn't get any ancestrals today with it, which is always disappointing. And so that's a flex spot you could easily move around. But in theory, I like what it offers to the deck, and some of the decks we were seeing today, pretty reasonable to run something like that. And yeah, null rods were fantastic in their spots. Obviously, they let me down there a little bit, but outside of that, guys, I really think this deck performs well. I highly recommend it. And um, yeah, until next time, guys, appreciate you hanging out. Like, comment, subscribe, and we'll see you next time.
Okay, so end of match summary, we ended up in 16th place, so we fell down pretty good on our breakers, but we'll take it. We got an Innistrad remastered set and a couple chests to go along with it, and yeah, it was a great day, guys. Talk again soon.